This is the third feature you run into. I'm sorry I started the game before actually establishing a recording of the game, so I didn't capture the very earliest scenes you've seen. The first is a what appears to be a fake developer logo, something like Metaverse Enterprises, and we'll probably see it later. Um, so it's no big deal. I don't remember exactly what it is. And the second is text across the center of the screen. It says, all of the characters in the game are over the age of 18, which, as somebody who's familiar with the freeware version of this, the characters were obviously not originally conceived to be over 18, and which seems like Don Salvato intentionally, like, he put that there as trying to disclaim something. And that makes me a bit nervous about what exactly he was trying to disclaim. Like, what am I going to have to blur? Anyway, it's definitely a much more scary warning than the one that's on the screen right now. So obvious, so this game is not suitable for children who are easily disturbed. This is, of course, the notorious Doki Doki Literature Club spoiler that's at the bottom of the front page of its website, which makes it so that it's not really a disguised horror game. Of course, if this disclaimer was not there, then likely nobody would have bothered to play it, or very few people, and it would not have become the internet sensation that it has. So we can criticize Dan for putting this message all over the place regarding the game, but if he hadn't, his game probably would not be as famous. So it works out, I guess. As far as my opinion is concerned, no, there isn't really anything particularly disturbing in this game. I am sort of a calloused man, and somewhat of a drill sergeant therapist, as you may find. But that's what I have to say about the matter. So if you haven't heard of Doki Doki Literature Club, that's weird. It is a good thing, but it's still somewhat weird. You can give yourself a pat on the back. You have avoided a significant amount of internet mushbrain and have managed to preserve the nice plasticky texture of your brain and its nice defined creases. As well as you're probably much more farther along at achieving your goals in life than others who have known about this game. Not necessarily because this game is so much of a problem, but because if you are, like, browsing the web and finding things like this, what are you doing? It was most people. So this is extremely popular, and almost everybody who clicked on this probably knows what this is. But in case you don't, this was a freeware game released in I guess exactly on September 22nd, 2017. Developed by what we call Team Salvato, which is mainly one guy named Daniel Salvato, who is an American. And so, if in my file system, if I were to, I better start clicking through things because this is going to take a while. I got to start clicking. No, I don't want to see the content warnings. And he highly encouraged donations, kind of like ad block. But the game was free to play, and it actually had a Linux and Mac distributions, which is something that's always good to see, especially the Linux. Now, because it was a freeware game, he really probably wasn't really making very much money off of it. And he later, on June 30th of this year, 2021, he created a paid version. which has supposedly enough extra content above the freeware version to warrant you having to pay for it. And it costs about $15 on Steam. Now, as far as I can discern about this game, which is not that much because I haven't played it, obviously, and wanted to preserve some lack of knowledge of it so that I could record it myself, I wouldn't think that this would be worth $15. But there is some intellectual consistency problems with me saying that because, as you can see, I obviously paid the $15. So, I mean, if I didn't think it was worth it, would I have paid it? Part of it has to do with that I'm recording this. If I didn't actually record games, then I would definitely have not have. But because I'm now into the whole art of recording games, that kind of changes it. YouTube and Twitch have, I guess, a tendency to, you would first would think, well, they would decrease the amount of sales of games because why would you buy them if you could just watch somebody else play them? But they might actually increase. But on the flip side, they could increase the sales because everybody wants to YouTube and Twitch. And so in order to do that, they have to buy the game. Whereas if they were just doing it for fun, they might be less motivated to, and it might actually raise the prices. But anyway, I haven't actually studied the statistics on that. And what the paid game is the freeware version, but with some sort of extra content added on. And it has ports for stuff like the Switch and the PS5 and the Xbox, which creates some complications, which we'll see in a minute. So let's get out of this game. We hate it. Yes. Anyway, as you could, so Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. As you can see why I thought that was a fake logo. Let's log into this. Apparently we don't have to know the password. And here we see a fake desktop, a fake operating system, and with a fake start button and a fake file navigator. So I'm not going to go too much through these because we'll do that at the end. I got a lot to click through, so I'm going to start clicking. As you can probably tell already, I've already seen, well, I'll tell you kind of, I guess, the story behind this at first. I don't know if this is how you spell it, but anyway. Dracule. Some old Transylvanian ruler. It's kind of a weird way to put here. There are some games where, if it were to come out, like by some weird chance, I would drop everything, like any sort of regular programming on my YouTube channel, and immediately start recording that game and just posting it as I was recording it, do a real-time Let's Play of it, and just prioritize that 100%. One of those, of course, as I've mentioned in other Let's Plays, which I probably haven't posted, would have been, say, if there was like a Danganronpa 4. Something rather unlikely because Isotaka Kodaka, or however you pronounce his name, no longer works for Spike Chunsoft. Now they do collabs among game developers in Japan. Right now he did actually do a collab with Spike Chunsoft, but he was working on a project that he was previously working on for Spike Chunsoft, and he just kind of finished it while he was starting up his new company. They let him quit, but then still finish the project that he was working on while he was there. Anyway, I didn't know about this until, I guess, almost a week ago. This is being recorded in early August. So this is about 4 or 5 weeks after this paid version of the game was released. It was some Sunday evening, and I should have been sleeping, but I decided to sort of look at some of what YouTubers I don't typically watch anymore were doing, and I just haphazardly decided to search up Matthew Patrick's current live streams and see what he was doing. And I was immediately greeted with that there was such a thing as DDLC Plus, and actually watched the first episode of his first stream of his, which didn't actually go into any of the extra content, so I don't know what that extra don't actually have any idea what the extra content is, as he wouldn't either. So I thought, oh, well, if this is the case, I should probably pick this up. And I figured out that it was a paid game that was released kind of as a, well, this is an indie game, but that was released on Steam and Epic, and for PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch, and so on. And so I decided I'm going to buy this thing, and I'm going to record it. And then it was more than I thought it was going to be, but I did anyway. Now, I've already watched like several people play the original freeware version of DDLC, and so for me to do the freeware version of DDLC would be the most not blind thing you could think of. And so I don't really have, so my reaction to whatever happens is just like, yeah, this is what happens. So nothing really entertaining can come out of that unless I be fake. And for some reason, I'm not super rational about this. If I already know everything that happens in the game, and on top of that, I have to do a little pause here for certain reasons. Resuming, in some combination, abort the sentence, go back to the beginning of the sentence. Some combination of me already seeing everything that happened in this game, and that this game was so popular, and every major YouTuber and streamer had to because their fans were begging them to do a Let's Play of this. There's so many of them. Somehow that makes it such that I tend to not want to really bother spending the effort to actually read aloud all of these lines of dialogue. However, for some reason I still want to click through this or spacebar through this and wait till each line prints all the way out on the screen before going to the next one for some sort of documentation purposes or something. So that's what's going on here. And that's what pretty much the remainder of this recording is going to be, is me spacebarring forward without reading any of this. Not only not aloud, probably not to myself either, because I'm talking during it. I can't read and talk at the same time. While just sort of talking about whatever I want to, which, whatever that's going to be. There was some train of thought that I dropped off earlier. Oh, it was had to do with the fake file system. So, major spoilers going forward. So if you want to stop and play the freeware version or the paid version, but you probably want to play the freeware version because you don't know if you want to buy the paid version if you haven't played the free version first. The game has, it messes with its own file system. There's the spoilers. So, and because it messes with your Windows file system, I presume it because it is Linux distribution that messes with your Linux directory system as well. It's kind of part of the effect of the game, because you wouldn't expect it to, right? But because this game had to be ported to console, I accidentally touched my microphone, hopefully that doesn't come through. they had to introduce a fake file system so that they could have the file system effects happen. And so, but because that file system is included with the game, it's something that you would expect to get modified. So, when it modifies the file system, it's not as much as a surprise. So this porting to console sort of messed things up a bit. Okay, next topic. So how I tend to think about this. This is I called this a few minutes ago a Western game because the developer is from the United States. Like anything from the United States or Europe, I tend to all of the Americas. Why am I saying that no games come out of Latin America, South America, Canada? But anything from the Americas or Europe, I tend to call Western games. Anything coming out of Korea, China, any of Southeast Asia, Japan, I call Eastern games. Just kind of leaning into the whole cultural divide there. However, but despite being a Western developed game, you can tell from the names of the characters and that Yuri here has purple hair that it was designed to be a parody of like the genre of Japanese visual novels. Where am I completely going with this? So, for example, I recently played Never 7: The End of Infinity. If you haven't heard of that, that's one of the earliest games that Kyutaro Ichikoshi was the scenario writer for. It wasn't the first one he scenario wrote, if that's how you would say that. That was Memories Off by KID, which is an acronym. But I forget what the acronym is for. I've actually looked at what that acronym is, but I forgot what it's for. And that game is an abandonware game, meaning the developers, Kid and Cyberfront, went out of business, and so it now essentially became free to play. It was released in 2000. Now I don't know if this game. So I actually recorded myself playing it, and that's why. And have done it a couple months ago, actually. I just haven't posted it yet because I have the schedule I want to adhere to for posting. But that's why, when I say that's my first non-Bionicle Let's Play, at the beginning of it, even though this will probably be up because I'm going to, I'll get to that later. At the beginning of it, because it kind of was. Disregarding that whole channel news, world's hardest game stuff. And have you ever heard of Spaceballs? Spaceballs is a spoof on the original Star Wars trilogy. And I saw Spaceballs before I saw Star Wars A New Hope. I was in high school, and I was in the band, and we were going on this trip to Washington, D.C. to participate in what they call a festival, which is a band contest. And on the bus in the way there, the students decided to play Spaceballs. And then later on, just for cultural, cultural education, I watched the original Star Wars a couple years later. And if you've ever had this happen where you've watched Spaceballs before the original Star Wars, it makes the original Star Wars seem like just Spaceballs, but without the jokes. And the sort of epic drama of it gets played down quite a bit and makes the whole thing sound silly because it's already been parodied. And so, yeah, it just kind of trivializes Star Wars for you quite a bit. I don't know if Don Salvato was familiar with Never 7. It could be likely that the similarities between Never 7 and Doki Doki Literature Club were purely due to Never 7 just fitting into its genre that Doki Doki Literature Club was trying to parody very well. So they both end up sort of being parodies of the same thing. According to a YouTuber called Biju Mike, who's not really my style, but he exists, this game was inspired by You, Me, and Her love story, which I know nothing about. It sounds like something I don't really want to know about, but it might show up in my life later, I don't know. But playing Never 7 after knowing everything that happens in Doki Doki, watching a whole bunch of other people play Doki Doki Literature Club, was not quite as extrematic, but had somewhat of a similar effect, maybe remotely, to watching the original Star Wars trilogy after watching Spaceballs. I guess. And I'm hopefully, without trying to avoid spoiling Never 7 too much, the similarities are somewhat like this. So you have this dating simulation. Well, first of all, they're both visual novels, right? They're both giving you line-by-line dialogue. Given Doki Doki has much less internal monologue than Never 7 does. That's put to the background of a static illustration with a library of sprites for each character. Right? That's how this whole idea developed. But anyway, so they're both visual novels, and they both have choices that you can make to determine what the outcome in the story is. And those choices are mainly to decide which of these three women who gain the favor of the most. And you get certain special scenes for whichever woman you go after, right? And the woman follows some sort of a trope format. For example, Natsuki is some sort of character archetype called a tsundere. Actually, Down Survival actually says this later in the game. Yuri is the a type of character that tends to show up a lot too, where you have this kind of taller girl who's somewhat reserved and intellectual, and then you have some sort of really ditzy girl, which Natsuki represents, and then there's always some girl who there's more to her than meets the eye, and some sort of mystery gets unlocked, and she suddenly becomes way more important than you thought. So Never 7 seems to have a similar format, is that you make choices to start earning fave that sort of determine which of these girls you would earn in big air quotes, because you're not earning anything. In all these games, all the girls just start falling for the player character just because the player character is the player character, no matter how big of a cool dude the player character is. By the way, cool dude has a negative connotation. It's not a positive thing. But you get to choose, choose a girl. And they sort of follow the same sort of archetypes. For example, your tsundere would be Saki, and your oddly smart, sort of long-haired, shy with an airy voice, and intellectual girl would be Haruka, and your ditzy girl would be Yuka. And the girl, though there's more that meets the eye for, well, I'm not going to say because that's spoilers, but you know there is one, so that's also spoilers, so I just spoiled things crazily. And similar to Doki Doki Literature Club, the girl where there's more to her than you would think at first doesn't seem to have a route, which is the, again, similar idea, right? Another similar idea between these two games is that you go through them twice. Doki Doki Literature Club, I'm going to spoil this with reckless abandon, by the way, so hopefully you already know what happens in the free version of this as well. Um, you get to the end and then the game just restarts and you go back through it with Sayori missing. Um, Similarly, in Never 7, you don't know. In Never 7, you go through the game again. Now, it's somewhat different in that whichever girl you go after in your first pass of Doki Doki, is there a way to save this? I have to figure out what the formatting is. Oh yeah, okay. Because this is actually a branch point. Thinly disguised, of course. Okay, return. And then, because it's the most boring, I'm going to try to get all of Sayori's art assets first here. So, this is a mechanic where you just select words, and you're supposed to make a poem out of the words, but good luck actually making a poem out of the words you select. Good. Really focusing here, friends. Good. Ah. Good. 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 There we go. I think this is actually Yuri, despite the, I'll try it, though. Yeah, it's Yuri. It's kind of a mistake by the game, though. You'd think that would be Sayori. Flying, good. Yuri. Oh, it's also Yuri. Okay. Good. Good. Ah. That sounded like a Sayori word. Oh, Steam achievements. Pain? Yep. Love? Yep. Oh, that might be a... Oh, that's a hard one. This has got to be a Sayori word. Yep. Ah. Well, I messed up on a couple words, but that should do it. So where was I going with this? Oh, so it's like similarities between this and Never 7. Another one is they both deal with suicide. This game somewhat more severely, but that's sort of again, they're both kind of pulling tropes from the same bank of literature, because all these Japanese works of music and novels have a strong tendency to have suicide in them. I don't know why exactly. And I wonder if this scene doesn't happen if you choose... The thing with these poems is they unlock an extra scene with the character for which you've chosen the most words, or the plurality of words. But that scene always happens before they read your poem, which means it breaks causality quite hard. It's another similarity between these. So this is a literature club, right? Now this guy, we don't know what his life goals are, the player character. But the main character, the player character in Never 7, is also a literature student. Now, he's actually more than a literature student. There's actually some other discipline that they deceptively make a subcategory of literature so they can twist on it. But at least it starts out that way. And on top of that, the player character is somebody with short, sort of medium-length anime-like black or dark-colored hair, for which you never see the character's eyes. Sometimes you actually see the character from a front or side view, but the eyes of the character, or the player character, are never drawn. Sort of like Doki Doki, where there's one art asset that shows the head of the player character from a back view, but they never show him from the front nor show his eyes. And this large group of things, it's like either that's just like how you construct this kind of game, is you have multiple girls you go after. You always go through it twice. You always have one girl for which there seems to not be a route, but that route, something happens special with that plays on how that girl does not have a route. There's always the player character, you never see his eyes. There's always suicide. Girls commit suicide for some reason that you don't get, or you do get, it doesn't matter, or whatnot. I always thought of these as kind of an evolution. I don't know exactly how these came about, but I think I actually saved this in some other recording. Hopefully I don't say it a third time. I was in church once, and I believe it was actually during singing when I was in church. And there was a child in the pew in front of me. And that child was kinda sorta reading, but not really, a book, which was about Batman. And there would be these lines in the book that were like, choose what Batman is going to do next. If he does this, go to this page. If it goes to that, go to that page. So it was like a novel that you read where you would have choices, and then depending on your choices, you would read different parts of the novel next. So it would have all the text for all of the different. So it would have, your novel would not be linear. It would be like a tree in structure, and all the text for each of the small branches of the tree would be written out in the novel. But because the novel has the way you bind a book, you can't really make it into a tree. They had to like linearize the pieces, and so they had a bunch of go-to statements. Now there are some problems with this, in that if you put the solution to two of the choices right next to each other on the same page somewhere later on in the novel, then you could read both at the same time and don't really have to bother which choice you make. And nothing really prevents you from actually funnels the reader into the route that the author wants to put them in, so it doesn't let the author use as many tools, because you can just defy the choices that you make, in essence. But to me, I looked at that as like, that seems to me like the beginning of the visual novel video game, right? We could take another step further, we can go, okay, let's make that electronic, and actually enforce these choices programmatically. It'd be kind of fun. It'd be kind of goofy if this game actually changed its dialogue um, for the paid version in the main game just a little bit. And because I wasn't reading this, I didn't really know the small changes. Like the dialogue in this part, I think it's because they haven't seen this in a long time, but that I don't actually remember this. But this is a little bit unfamiliar, actually. I presume this is close to the scene where you like button up Sailor's jacket. Yeah, this is definitely a little bit unfamiliar. Okay, I believe this sequence does not matter. Um, like which order you go through these, and so I'm just gonna go top to bottom and not actually save the game for this. Um, no, it's because her name was on top and I was going from the top to the bottom. Like, I should write my code. Okay, I'll actually read the poems because you're supposed to do that. Okay. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast. She doesn't have a beeper. Okay. That's playing with fire there. Okay. I have to kind of warm up for this. Me, yeah. Me, it's not working today. I'll just read it normal. Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try, but that's about it. Yeah. I don't know why it was not working that day, working that time, but whatever. It's like, eagles can try. Nope, it's not working. Okay. At some point, I'll be able to voice like that. If you don't understand, like, the joke that Natsuki has a very deep voice, except I don't have a very deep voice, so it's very difficult for me to, like, actually make that effect. Tenor problems. Yes, apparently the youngest, but she's still over 18 somehow, according to the opening. Yeah, so apparently if you write a poem that is like one that Sayori would write or one that Natsuki would write, then Yuri interprets that as you wrote a poem where the subject matter did not fit the style. Actually, it's because she just has the same dialogue either which way. It's just not very good continuity. Okay. Let me pay attention to this TypeScript. Yeah, all of the H's are the same. So all the letters of the same letter are the same. Okay. This is a pretty, well, I'll just read it. Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, bathing. It must be like this one. The last remaining street light to have withheld the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air of the present but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. Yeah. Wow, plane's flying over right now. That there mentioned one remaining street light. Reminds me of, not that there was only one street light in the in Paul Simon's Sound of Silence, but you definitely think of it right away. 'Neath the halo of a street lamp, I turned my collar to the cold and damp when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. See if I get copyright claim for that. I mean, it was off pitch enough that hopefully it won't matter. Whoever is supposed to be sophisticated talks about the length of the poem as that is some sort of measure. It's like, you put the poem's quality on the x-axis and its importance on the y-axis, and you put its length on the z-axis. And how good the poem is the volume taken up by those three, or the product of those three. Yep. So this one, okay, I'd always said this before Yuri's, but then I kind of pulled it back because hers is not actually that famous. This is the famous one. Oddly enough, though, because I watched like Matt Pat's first like recording of this, he didn't remember it, which is odd because this is it's a weird poem to not remember. Okay, the hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See the direction the spackle protrudes. A nosy neighbor? An angry boyfriend? I'll never know, I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel blind like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late, my retina's already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole, it wasn't too bright. It was too deep. Stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out, and he, on the other side, was looking in. I guess you could say I had a kind of epiphany recently. I'm kind of nervous to talk about plot spoilers because it's kind of... Anyway. I'll use a ballpoint pen instead of a felt one. Yeah, that mysterious protagonist power. Okay, I don't believe this one actually matters, but I'm gonna save it anyway. Why are you treating me like such a fragile person? Yeah, it's that, if I only had the chance to talk to her a little more. It's like definitely not a judgment-free zone, though. As you're writing your first poem and you're walking to this rat's nest. Okay. Now I'm gonna load this. Correct. Return, and I'm gonna load this. I'm gonna actually um why here's why I'm doing this. I'm wondering if the conversation with Sayori changes to would you rather walk home with Yuri if you do this? It's involuntary. Okay, so no, it does not change this dialogue. And that's all I really needed to know. So I'm going to go back and load from here. Okay. Sayori Part 2. Whoa. Good. Yes. 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 Repeated on that one. This one. Ah, phooey. The rain cloud would probably have been better. Clouds. Ah, phooey. There we go. Good. Phooey. How's that it? How is that not Suki word? Good. Huh. This is not Suki. No, not Suki. This is Yuri. Yuri. Waterfall. Ah, phooey. I'm gonna accidentally get in that Suki poem. I'm gonna have to reload. There we go. There we go. Hopefully that's enough. It's like the woman paying the temple tax. Uh, I actually started reading it. That's why I haven't talked in a while. Another similarity with Never 7 forehead wounds. A different character, though. Text does not match picture. There we go. Okay. Bottles. You don't have to title your poem, by the way. They just happen to title some of these. I pop off my scalp, like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tangly. But there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in bottles all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle is a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go, like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hidden in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty self could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally, all done, I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf one after the other, holding them out to each and every friend. Each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in shards all over the floor. They're supposed to be for my friends who aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head. It's like the train got there. Okay. Amy likes spiders. No, still not working. Okay, Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wiggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time, I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if she doesn't hurt anyone. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. And I'm gonna tell everyone. Talking about length of poems again. Like playing DDLC. The raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scuttering of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as an unordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of the consequences. I read that with wrong stresses, but oh well. Well aware that a raccoon is fed. Well aware that a raccoon that is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom, the bread, my hungry curiosity, the raccoon, my urge. The moon increments its phase and reflects that much more light off of my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. I slice the bread fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm merely projecting my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood. Classic Pavlovian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feel myself again. So come back and read this when you're done with the whole game. Yes, it is. It's very double entendre. It's like triple entendre. But I think you should ridicule people for that, though. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. Like any DIY computer in 2021. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Someone should try that. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Man, the scroll is weird here. Load me. So... Save. Yes. These lines are great sometimes. This is kind of a fallacy. It's harder to do things in front of people you know well than in front of strangers, because in front of people you know well is going to impact your relationship with them from there going forward. But with strangers, it doesn't matter. You're not going to see them again ever in your life. Of course, this is a high school, so high school where everyone's over 18 apparently. So, like, you're gonna see them again anyway. Anyway, I like breathed out at the beginning of the word anyway. It's like anyway. Anyway. When you do that, you tend to say it too softly. So, no. That's the point. That's correct. And now the scene happens. I guess Yuri's the default, and we'll switch to Natsuki if you pursue Natsuki with your poems. Can I not load in this? Something funny going on with the... Something glitched. This is what I wanted to do. Okay, and it won't let me skip even though it's not grayed out. Oh, that's confusing. Okay. It's supposed to let me skip. Okay, now I believe this poem doesn't matter. Well, whatever, we'll do it anyway. Save first. Doing good so far. Pain. Good. Shame. Good. Cry. Good. Getting it here. If I'm targeting Sayori, which I am because I'm like practicing her words. Ribbon. That's wrong. Okay. I should have known. That's obviously wrong. Good. 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 That was a hard one. I thought you say calamari. Maybe her vocabulary is small. Is Monica just squidding? leaves no poem behind. Okay. I'll be your beach. Your mind is full. Wait, I can't read for some reason. Your mind is so full of troubles and fears that diminished your wonder over the years. But today I have a special place, a beach for us to go to. A shore reaching beyond your sight, a sea that sparkles with brilliant light. The walls in your mind will melt away before the sunny glow. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left you long ago. Let's bury your heavy thoughts in a pile of sand. Bathe in the sunbeams and hold my hand. Wash your insecurities in the salty sea, and let me see you shine. Let's live your memories in a footprint trail. Let's set you free in my windy sail, and remember the reasons you're wonderful when you press your lips to mine. It's a bit different than I remember, but okay. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way you thought had left me long ago. But if you let me by your side, your own beach, your own escape, you'll learn to love yourself again. Yeah, it's a bit more hardcore than I remember this being, but okay. Don't have a perfect memory. Have you heard of sand? Sand that's all gritty and gets in everywhere. You've improved your word selection. Except I haven't. A beach. A marvel millions of years in the making, where the womb of the earth chastically? Huh. Where the womb of the earth chastically meets the surface. Under a clear blue sky, an expanse of bliss, but beneath gray rolling clouds, an endless enigma. The easiest world to get lost in is one where everything can be found. One can only build a sandcastle where the sand is wet, but where the sand is wet, the tide comes. Will it gently lick at your foundations until you give in? Or will a sudden wave send you crashing down in the blink of an eye? Either way, the outcome is the same, yet we still built sandcastles. I stand where the foam wraps around my ankles, where my toes squish into the sand. The salty air is therapeutic. It's like cue a Never 7 art asset. The breeze is gentle yet powerful. I sink my toes into the ultimate boundary line, tempted by the foamy tendrils. Turn back, and I abandon my peace to a road at the shore. Drift forward, and I return to the earth forevermore. It's like another similarity between this and Never 7. The beach! Except there was actually a physical beach. I tried to force it. Each one says it was the other person's idea. Or are those different? The lady who knows everything. Okay. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. Well, let's try that again. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather. Lost adrift? The sky. It should be in the sky? Victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search. I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains, the last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Interesting dialect. It's twilight sky. I don't know. My vocabulary is not big enough to understand that that's correct. Until one day the wind ceases to blow. I fall. And I fall, and fall, and fall even more. Gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, a hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything knows what I am thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we seek only the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with a breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. There was some, is it from the 60s? There was there's some song that goes something like, there was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy, who, like, wandered around the earth. But then it ends with, like, the greatest thing is to love and be loved in return, I think is how the song ends. It doesn't end with, like, this Ecclesiastes sort of ending, where it's like, there is no meaning, there is no purpose, what we seek is impossible. I'm, like, there is nothing, right? It doesn't end that way. Anyway. We aren't two-dimensional. You mean we aren't one-dimensional? Oh, yeah, that. Correct. Then we exhaust these guys. Exhaust this one. And then you save. Okay. And we roll back to the first poem. Okay. I have to do this first, then I have to hit load. Okay. Try to load from the save menu. Yes. Let me pick all the Natsuki words. Email. Boop. Cute. Kiss. Poof. Hair. Doki Doki. Color. Oh, that's a Sailor word. Hop. Bouncy. Anime. Pink. Mouse. Play. Oh. Let's say our word. Nibble. Kitty. Shiny. Bubbles. This is probably a Sayori word. Hawaii. Jumpy. We're gonna skip. Well, this is even, the very game we're playing is even worse about that, though. I think the URL for the website for Doki Doki Literature Club is like dokidoki.moe. Okay, same. I just paused the encoding for over 3 hours, and now I'm jumping back into this. When I first started recording this, I thought I was going to make some comments about this game being essentially like like it's internet frivolity. It's like memes on Twitter. That being said, looking at these lines of dialogue again, after, I guess it's been years essentially, I'm sort of changing my mind. This is pretty well done, actually. Yeah, I've stopped like encoding this several times. The first time was because UPS guy came to drop off a sound card for my computer, and then I had to, again, someone had to walk through the room I was recording in, so I had to stop. I had stopped encoding there, and then I had stopped encoding for several hours to eat dinner and teach somebody how to drive a stick shift. So then, this is somewhat of a piecemeal recording session. And it's also kind of boring because I'm just doing this for this documentation reasons. I'm not really actually Let's Playing anything. I'm doing this in anticipation of Let's Playing the Plus content in the future. Oh, this is skippable. Brain fart. Okay. Yeah, I'm saving all these kind of things just in case, but I don't really need to save this intermediate step. It's going to be another targeting of Natsuki. Hit the wrong... right off the bat. This might be Sayori. There we go. Yeah, there are some words that are Natsuki that aren't obvious, but I'm going for the low-hanging fruit here. There isn't any in this one. Dork. Whatever. Junpei. Explode. Oh. You would think that that would be a Natsuki word, though. Oops. This is definitely Sayori. This is Yuri. Oh, that's definitely Yuri. Doesn't seem to be any Natsuki words in here. This is gonna be Sayori. Okay, I'm gonna go Yuri because I have this, like, I have too many extra Sayoris and not as many extra Yuris. So portrait. Puppy. This might be Sayori. I'm gonna hit it anyway, good. And I'm fine. This is skippable, it appears. Okay, I got the bonus Natsuki scene again. So we just read the end, is that what I'm getting out of this? I don't understand how that running gag's gonna work, but... Seems like Monica's just trolling, actually. That's dumb. Again, I don't remember that happening. I wonder if there was updates. Or my memory's just bad. Or I just never watched that part. I can skip this. How is that supposed to work? I think that's a glitch. Okay. I mean, she's right. I mean, she does it correctly. Okay, this is the same poem. It's skippable. Cheating in the game? Cheating at writing poems by copying somebody else's poem? Because I don't know how you'd hit home on Natsuki by doing that. Cheating on Monica? Cheating on Sayori? Like, why are you using that sprite? Okay, same poem. Wait, this is skippable. Oops. Well. Okay, I already did the saving and the loading here. Okay, so it changes to Natsuki in this situation. I don't think this matters. Let's just go in all the Natsuki though. I could be shut out of Yuri's poems like already by the second Natsuki focused poem. Okay. You're Junpei again. Milk. Papa. Marshmallow. Okay, no Natsuki ones in here, it appears. Oh, okay. Got some poof. Got some sugar. Hair probably works too, yeah, okay. Just to mix it up. Email, good. To mix it up. This might be a Yuri one. Oh, okay, it works. This is probably Sayori. This, yeah, cool. Ooh. Go for the easy one. That might work, but go for the easy one here. I should have known that was a Sayori word because I already did it on the Sayori focused trials. Okay. So you don't even have to like tell Monica to go talk to Sayori in this route. That's extremely diverged. I guess what you can take away from this is girls don't like you if you don't write like them, and girls like you if your writing style is like theirs. Sames attract. Kind of not true. Like in the real world, you probably would get the opposite girls in the writing style you adapted. Okay, I believe this is the special one. Okay. Because you. Tomorrow will be brighter with me around, but when today is dim, I can only look down. My looking is a little more forward, because you look at me. When I want to say something, I say it with a shout, but my truest feelings can never come out. My words are a little less empty because you listen to me. When something is above me, I reach for the stars, but when I feel small, I don't get very far. My standing is a little bit taller, because you sit with me. Okay. I believe in myself with all my heart, but what do I do when it's torn all apart? My faith is a little bit stronger because you trusted me. My pen always puts my feelings to the test. I'm not a good writer, but my best is my best. My poems are a little bit dearer because you think of me. Because you. That's actually really good. But then Dan Silvano always writes good ones. Well, yeah, pretty much. Give him credit for that. That's the poem you get if you bias Natsuki extremely hard. He would elbow you in the stomach again. And she's probably just going to be like, go away, I believe is what happens if you do this. So, same poem as before. The one that reminds me of Nature Boy. Of course, I only know about that because CryoShell covered it. And the name title of their cover is Nature Girl, because they were creating advertising media for Christian Faber's Rebel Nature, whose main protagonist is a girl, because he just was doing an insert of his daughter. Anyway. Oh, I can skip this. Okay, burn these out. And then we just save. Sweet. Okay, so then we just do a super Yuri biased run. Almost 3 hours in. Okay. Tragedy is a... Sayori always steals your words. You can always get a good Yuri word, though, by something really, disgusting or long. Anxiety might actually be a Sayori word. I'll try it. Phew. Precious. Oh, it's a Sayori word. Graveyard. There you go. Disarray. Heaven sent. Spombastic. Cage. Variance. Sigma squared. Extraordinary is long, but that actually might be a Sayori word. Afterimage. Effulgent. Electricity. Unrestrained. Philosophy. Incongruent. Intellectual. Starscape. Contamination. Massacre. Lust. Uncontrollable. Okay. Imagine making a poem with those words. There's a reasonable length. Okay, can skip. You see, I'm doing this all intentionally. Yeah, I threw all the gold in this furnace and out came a calf. I've actually never read this. Or my day job. Yes, you're not going to remember anything of what you read. Like, at least in this route, you actually like the literature. As opposed to Natsuki's, where you're just reading it because, you know, she wants you to. Although it did say that you started to like it, like, after the second day. But I personally would much rather read The Portrait of Markov than Parfait Girls. Okay. This is skippable. It's like a bug in the game. Okay. Oh, Yuri words again. Or not. This might be also be a Sayori word, actually. Good. Saved by the big words. You'd think this would be a Sayori word. Oh, it is. Okay. Oops. I'm gonna accidentally make a Sayori poem. Hopefully that's not accidentally a Sayori poem. I'm hiccuping. Good. Like, that dialogue was kind of Linkin Parkish. Floor gang. So I guess, like, looking back on that, you're supposed to figure that she can't rest her weight on her arms. Which she would do if she were to read using a desk, which doesn't really make a lot of sense because you can lean back on the back of a desk. But whatever. These chairs suck, but still. Yuri definitely doesn't have back pain. Okay. This is not skippable. Okay, same poem. Now I can skip. This is a joke we're not supposed to get. That's supposed to be mean two things at the same time. Okay, this is the Save Me, Load Me poem. Exactly the same dialogue as if it was an Natsuki, but whatever. Okay. As if it matters. Dark might be a Natsuki word, actually. Okay. That might be Sayori. Hurt might be Sayori as well. Just do variants. Defeat. Okay. I wonder whose this is. Well, I'll just guess. Oh. I'll just do it. It turns out to be Sayori. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This low-lying fruit. Unstable. Just get dissed by Natsuki. No, that's wrong. A Ghost Under the Light Part 2. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, bathing. In the distance, a blue-green light flickers. A lone figure crosses its path. A silhouette obstructing the eerie glow. My heart pounds. The silhouette grows closer, closer. I open my umbrella, casting a shadow to shield me from visibility. But I'm too late. He steps into the streetlight. I gasp and drop my umbrella. The light flickers. My heart pounds. He raises his arm. Time stops. The only indication of movement is the amber light flickering against his outstretched arm. The flickering light is a rhythm with the pounding of my heart, teasing me for succumbing to this forbidden emotion. Have you ever heard of a ghost feeling a warmth below? Giving up on understanding, I laugh. Understanding is overrated. I touch my hand. I touch his hand. The flickering stops. Ghosts are blue-green. My heart is amber. This is gonna be a weird thing to say, but Natsuki's poem was better. Or just pause? Okay. Like, not as I'm literally pausing, but I checked something. Okay, same poem. Okay. So I have this choice saved 3 times over. However, I'm gonna do like the hard Yuri one, I guess, and try to go I'm gonna choose Natsuki on the hard Yuri side, and I think that'll work out. Because this game kind of forgets everything by the time you get to this point. It's not super continuous in that way. If I were big, I could be even better than other people. At least negatively affects the flavor to some degree, though. That's actually pretty tough. Like hand mixing meringue. It usually does not stop. That's how I write my poems. We should make a game with that mechanic. The implication there is, so are you. How could you dress and act like that and not be called gross? She turned from being force-feeded to starved. Okay. Um, I don't know which one gets you. I don't know if one of them gives you an art asset, the other doesn't. So I think I Love You does get you an art asset. Yeah, but it's this it yields this one. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know. A very famous line. That's why I read it. Here we go. Get out of my head. 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 I wrote this exactly the same way every time. Get out of my head. 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 Get out of. Get out of my head. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. The implication being Monica just told Sayori, kill yourself. Of course, that doesn't happen in this timeline because it only happens because if you get those super heavily biased Yuri Natsuki timelines, you don't actually see that scene. Okay, so it's game slash script dash ch5.rpy, which is probably a fake file, line 307, and then we have also traceback dot text. So I'm gonna save that, and then I'm going to try to load the other side of this. Oh. Oh, it doesn't let you. Wow. Didn't let me see the last couple lines of dialogue of that. Wow, oof. I don't know what I did to myself there. I have a Steam achievement for that. So, cool. Let's get out of here. Yes. Whoops, wrong thing. Okay. So going through these like this fake file system, um, the side stories are stories of friendship that are unrelated to the events of the main game. To get all six side stories, try writing poems for different characters and viewing their special scenes. So one, two, so trust, understanding, respect, balance, reflection, self love. This is a weird one. Let's see. There are six of them, but the part twos seem to be still locked. Maybe you have to do the part one first, or those get unlocked a different way. Um, we see that there is one called Sayori.chr that's missing. C.chr is a fake file extension. These are you can actually change the file extensions of some of these, and it'll actually open to be the right file type. Um, yeah, there's one called Sayori.chr. When you start this game, and actually it gets deleted. You're like, what? Um, see here, game audio to RPA. RPA is not a thing. Passwords. Um, so format Word, Sayori point, Natsuki point, and Yuri point. So, um, so for example, if you pick happiness, that would give you 3 points for Sayori, 2 points for Natsuki, 1 point for Yuri. Uh, so even if you don't have enough other Sayori words that Sayori wins, that's more of a Natsuki word, for example. And this basically just gives you the answers right in the game. It's like a cheat that they just give you right away. Um, don't see any Easter eggs though. Wow, it really deletes your saves. Um, internal notes in secure directory. This is a scratch disk. Do not use it to store sensitive or permanent things. If you need access to files from the encrypted file share, copy them to your disposable drive and plug it directly into this client. Into the thin client. There we go. Do not copy them here. Ray is working on setting up a proxy mail server so we can have proper remote communication without having to worry about the higher ups. Keep everything offline until then. Paula. This is like a random Easter egg. Backup. Meeting notes 1. Updated development timeline. New task. Test cases for a new genetic model. Server time optimization idea. Automatic data collection. Um, we'll check that one more time. Data migration to encrypted file share Monday, WM2 roadblocks, row on WM2, everyone else on WM1 for data collection. Ideas for data search types, visual renders, audio data, VM, environment changes, persistent variable tampering, and timestamps, parsing through patterns. No excessive server time needed. Meeting overtime. You know who went on too many tangents again. I need to be more assertive about staying focused. Maybe we'll learn who you know who is. File copy test from disposable drive to thin client. Okay. System. Access keys found so far from tower rotation. Key pair 1, gear. 240, clock time. 221, a three-digit number combination somewhere. Key pair 2, boat. Key pair 3, spaceship. And key pair 4, don't know. Okay, I use this to solve some sort of like file system. tower. Um, so if we go look in 221, oh, we have project plan.txt. Can't open it though. Okay. So this 3-digit code thing, it's 0 to 5 3 times. So that's 6 to the third power amount of different combinations I can look through, um, which I believe is 216. So that's a lot to look into. So like you look in 000, you find nothing. You have to look through all 216 of these to find things. That's quite a bit. Um, Here we go. Attributions. So font licenses. Is there a weird suspicious line in here? Sometimes you can hide like some like weird thing in the middle of something. Happythoughts.png. This is what you get when you do that save and load. When you have that save and load poem, it gets you this, and you can actually see it before you get to that part. Reset.sh. This is probably what you use when you complete the whole game. You want to make when all the characters get deleted. Traceback, and I want to look at line 307. But we don't have any line numbers in this text editor here, so we can't really find it. But oh, game.scriptch5.rpy. We'll look for that too. But exception. Oh, geez, I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a sec. I can probably fix this, I think. Actually, you know what? This would probably be a lot easier if I just deleted her. She's the one who's making it so difficult. Well, here goes nothing. And that actually appears in your real file system on the original freeware version of this, which makes it a lot more cooler. So it's under game. We don't have scripts character rpy. It's not here. We got scripts.rpa, but I can't open it. So okay, I don't know if that was in the original. I think the only one is in like ctraceback.txt was the original thing you saw at the end there with the hanging scene. Mail. No new mail. Okay, well, pictures. We have Metaverse, Enterprise Solutions, the opening screen. We got these arts of the various characters. We have the this right here is not used. We have the poem, the word selection little bobblehead. What do you call those things? I don't know. Artwork drawn by Satchley to celebrate Valentine's Day 2019. Acquisition procedure. Select the word kawaii during the poem game. Okay. Picture of Dear Sunshine. Picture of bottles. Picture of that. Eagles can fly. Picture of Amy likes spiders. Picture of I'll be your beach. Picture of because you. Picture of Ghost Under the Light. Of raccoon. Of beach. Ghost Under the Light Part 2. A hole in the wall. Save me, load me. Lady who knows everything. Okay, the art assets. This was gotten by selecting kawaii. I wonder if there's others that can be selected similarly. So this is one poem for Sayori, one poem for Yuri, one poem for Natsuki. Both first and second for Sayori. Both first and write a second poem for Natsuki. Okay. You only have two chances for writing one for Sayori. Write a second poem for Yuri. Choose help Natsuki. Choose I love you. Oh, the background is an image. So this is the backgrounds. The poem minigame. The background, another background. Concept sketch. Another concept sketch. Let's see here. Oh. Due to the scene's lack of realism and general absurdity, it was a challenge to get Natsuki's angle correct, especially in perspective aligned with the background. Oh, they had to make it so you can see up her skirt even though you're not actually under her? Okay. Cut was aligned with angle to the background because the background were first rendered in 3D. Some fine adjustments were required to make the 2D drawings of the characters fit seamlessly into the perspective of the scene. Oh. Oh, wow. Attempt to load a save file after Sayori's death. Wow, that's how I triggered this. Okay. I didn't do that because I didn't know, like, well, I thought I could go back and fix it. I did that because I wanted to see what the other, like, get the text from the other route. Um, okay, this is Yuri's. So I know how to. Oh no, we did go back to. Oh, Fui. Oh, I goofed up so incredibly hard. What doom? Game did that to me, didn't it? It's like scrap this whole recording now. It's done. I messed up. Fui. But it doesn't carry over the art asset. The art assets, if I reset, do it, does it? It's like no forgiveness. This thing just was harsh. Fui. It's gonna force me to go. I don't think it's gonna work if I. Yep. I went too far. Like after Sayori's death, it doesn't let you reload a save. I didn't actually realize that, which means that I'm completely unable to go back and do Yuri's route for the festival preparation, which means I cannot collect that art asset. And that was my intention. I intended to go back, but then I decided to go all the way to Sayori's death and mess that up for myself. Well, it's a big brain fart. Oh well, I guess I'm just gonna keep going with this and just get brain farted to oblivion. That is sad. Okay. Yeah, it's doing it to me. This is the stuff of Legends, though, the second pass of DDLC. So I gotta respect it a bit here. It's like, I won't ask you to join, except I will. But she's 18, apparently. Or over. then we can't play the game because we have not attracted the protagonist character into the plot. Sure. I forgot about these things. Um, Nothing is real. Question mark. Cool. Okay. This will just do Natsuki first and try not to mess that up this time. With Sayara gone, it's much easier to do this. Yeah. Maybe not. I wonder where suicide went. It probably went to Yuri. Natsuki certainly you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. I read that out loud because it's hard to read. Manica. Yeah, this is the part where Yuri slowly gets bigger and the club room keeps slowly twisting clockwise. I wonder how big she gets. Yeah, I've never waited this out before. Well, I've never actually played this game myself before, so. But I don't think I'll waste too much time doing it. Well, language. Why'd the skip show up? Okay, I'm gonna actually click through it. Okay. Floor Gang has always been where it's at. Okay, so you have a second chance at this asset. Oh, well. Let's do Natsuki. This can't be skipped, okay? we do Yuri. This also can't be skipped. Then we do Monica. This can't be skipped, okay. I don't know why this is not skippable. Allow this to repeat dialogue. Oh, you're trying to look at the bright side of starvation. This seems to be slightly different. Hole in wall. But he wasn't looking at me. It's actually a lot different. Okay. Confused, I frantically glance at my surroundings, but my burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there others in this room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? The sound of frantic scrawling playing tricks on my ears? The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. Now I can skip. Oh, there's a poster now. It's a poster. Of course, we got the kind of, like, corrupted background music. Seems to be the same dialogue. Edgy. My edgy lifestyle. The reason I'm taking this so slow is I'm curious what the music's gonna do. You had another line. You might cut yourself on that edge. My bad, you already do, don't you? If you would just accuse me of cutting myself. Yeah, go on. I don't think it lets you choose. It just kind of like. Okay, more Natsuki words, I guess. Yeah, I clicked it. Hi, a sliver of Yuri. Is that what the portrait of Markov's actually about, though? But why is that in black text, though? That's kind of a normal thing to say. My whole body gets incredibly something. Yes. Oh. Oh. Okay. I guess it like makes you go Yuri the second time no matter what you pick. Nice poem. I would put that like in a hex editor or something, but the problem is I can't copy and paste an image into text. So because the game wouldn't let me. Well, if she's a sick freak, and she's one of the club members, how does the club make you feel safe? It's upside down. Anyway, it just makes it a Yuri poem no matter what you do. Others save me, load me. Um, the colors, they won't. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise that won't stop, violent, grating waveforms, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent. Ooh, tangent would be pretty nasty waveform, honestly. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable, like playing a knife on a breathing rib cage. Endless poem of meaningless. Delete her. No, I won't. Well, now I think if I remember correctly, deleting it actually breaks the game. So I'm not going to actually do it. It is tempting though. It's this one. Wheel. A rotating wheel. Turning an axle. Grinding. Bolt head. Linear gearbox. Falling sky. 7 holy stakes. A docked ship. A portal to another world. A thin rope tied to a thick rope. A torn harness. Parabolic gearbox. Expanding universe. Time controlled by slipping cogwheels. Existence of God. Swimming with open water in all directions. Drowning. A prayer written in blood. A prayer written in time-devouring snakes with human eyes. A thread connecting all living human eyes. A kaleidoscope of holy stakes. Exponential gearbox. A sky of exploding stars. God disproving the existence of God. A wheel rotating in 6 dimensions. 40 gears and a ticking clock. A clock that ticks 1 second for every rotation of the planet. A clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks every second time. A bolt head of holy stakes tied to the existence of a docked ship to another world. A kaleidoscope of blood written in clocks. A time-devouring prayer connecting a sky of 40 gears and open human eyes in all directions. Breathing gearbox, breathing bolt head, breathing ship, breathing portal, breathing snakes, breathing God, breathing blood, breathing holy stakes, breathing human eyes, breathing time, breathing prayer, breathing sky, breathing wheel. I almost did it without messing up, but I messed up somewhere. Too much caffeine. No, this is too much meth. Sure. Today I cut my skin open for the first time. It was exhilarating. I think I understand how who feels now. I'm supposed to be the responsible one, though, so I don't think I'll be doing it again, unless I decide to kill myself. I left a memento to the occasion below. So, okay. We never figured out who's under the black. It would be Yuri if this was written by someone else besides Yuri. But then Yuri's supposed to be the responsible one. So maybe it's like Monica. Maybe Monica wrote this. You don't understand. This is the plot. The plot works, okay? He doesn't have that option in his option tree. Never noticed like the drip of blood out of Yuri's eye before. It's definitely dripping. I mean, obviously, in that like that sudden image, her blood starts bursting out of her eye. But even here, like those last few lines, blood would come out of her eye. I think this like basically just doesn't matter. Yeah. Just pick all these Natsuki words. Wow. Because she actually hears that in canon. So what? So, okay. No black text for that? Okay. Oh, I know, like a certain art asset for that. The pressing of the hand against, like grabbing the protagonist's hand and pressing it against one's own chest. It's like another Never Seven reference. And it's the analogous character as well. Does she like not exist? Oh, guess she suddenly exists again. Okay. I don't know how else to bring this up, but there's been something I've been worried about. Yuri has been acting kind of strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you may not know what I mean. But she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her, but if I try talking to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person that she'll listen to. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try being better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts me to see this happening. You know, I'm going to hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. So please, see if you can do something to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if I have to. Just please try to do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. It's like she just wants us to ignore it. I'm so mad at her right now, and that's why I'm concerned coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. Nah. Oh. These are all like Monica's words? Just Monica. Yep. Well, end up in a Chevy Amo video. It's like the blood fine, the yellow stuff though. I mean, do some of these kind of look like words? They're just like sand class sectinoli. Carvings. Carvins. Yeah, not really. The end of the last word's closer. Eyes drawing closer. Oh. Assault. So there are some words in here. Blood seeps around the something part. Wands, colors, red, pervert, compulsion, groves, the rage. So there might be a way to actually decode this. Maybe in the original this was gibberish and this is revised because I remember this being like absolutely gibberish and indecipherable. This is actually looks like it's words. At least in some places. Like poofters. Subjunctions. Aquarian. Whatever, let's move on. Acetabulous. Or acetabulous. Decos carcer. Flencid abulias. Okay. In case you couldn't tell, the poem is about that. Goes back to normal. Right, if I actually would have gone that Yuri route, which I skipped by accident, you would have saw that she had a big collection of knives, or would have read it at least. Yeah, usually that's how it works. Effective. Fake blue screen! You can tell it's not a real blue screen because it doesn't have that QR code in it. Your PC ran into a problem. No. No. Anyway. Oh, wow. Billie Eilish song. Although it trivializes it. Lowercase God, too. Okay. Oh, I see how this is. Let's see if we can like game this. Ready? Oh, okay. Well, how would she know? Well, she doesn't say to have a nice weekend. What? Something definitely is weird because doesn't Monica say something like "Have a nice weekend" or something? I don't know. I don't know why that line would be cut. That's a good line. It doesn't matter if you hit yes or no. It's like really happy. It actually lets you skip here because it kind of needs to. Blood dries up. The sun goes down. We got Saturday now? The sun went down again? This is gonna take a long time. Now, hopefully this reads my Steam name and not my computer name. If it doesn't, I'm gonna have to blur stuff. Okay, so maybe it detects OBS and so it doesn't actually give a name. Okay. If you're not recording it, it will take a Steam name or your computer name and actually display it at you. That's some way of telling it's being recorded, which bothers me, but okay. It doesn't Monk also say something like, wow, you had to spend all weekend looking at Yuri's body? I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I don't think I remember her saying that line either. It's like those lines were cut. So yeah, maybe this is a slight changes to the script. So why would you change it that way? Those were good lines. Why would you cut them? Yeah, but making them do so more. Uh, oh, this is lame. That's how that chibi gets used. Oh, any percent world record attempt? Wow. Such a delayed reaction. People are going to think the audio is not synced with the video. I don't remember this. Pin in hand, I find my strength, the courage endowed upon me by my own and only love. Together let us dismantle this crumbling world, and write a novel of our own fantasies. With the flick of her pen, the lost finds her way, in a world of infinite choices, behold this special day. After all, not all good timers must come to an end. Yeah, this is definitely like different than the original freeware version. Great. I didn't know it would be like this different. Yeah, that could have happened when it said delete me. Yes. No. A lot different. I call that zoom in. It doesn't let me click to the next line. Well, I'll go do my taxes. Well, the music didn't change. Doesn't it say you're supposed to delete her? Like, this is. The dialogue goes in continuity until she says there's only a way to progress to delete her. And then if you don't delete her, then it'll continue, like, it'll go perpetual. Um, and if you. And it'll just, she'll go into. Like, she'll give you, like, these various weird little micro speeches where she's like, did you get enough sleep? I'm vegan. She talks about character archetypes and so on. There's compilations of that on YouTube. It seems like it though it went into that without actually like doing the prompt to delete Monica. Yeah, I went already into the compilation. Yeah, okay, so let's not go way too far into this. Let's just go ahead and delete Monica. So next time we get text, I'm just gonna go in and delete. So it'll progress because this is taking way too long. Here we go. And then we're gonna exit. Yes. Let's see here. Finish the poem in 20 seconds or less. Okay. Um, like Kawaii. Missing a couple poems. That's odd. At least the new ones. Yeah, I've got the Monica CG. Still missing that one. Okay. Another music. I've been looking through those. Anyway, let's do the thing you do. Can we do the delete key on the keyboard? How do you delete files in this? Oh, delete. Yes. Okay. Again, it seems slightly different than I remember. The old one was better, by the way, if you're wondering what my opinion. Like, my knee-jerk reaction is immediately the older way of doing this was way better. Okay. Let's go through this part. This is where I say, who actually likes cupcakes, though? I mean, not that, like, I will eat the cupcake, but it's not something that, like, is awesome. What about visual novels, though, Yuri? That's how the plot goes. F R E V E. Will let me do the last letter? No, it doesn't. Okay. And Monica deletes everything.
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and not really
His
any
voice acting
instrument,
seems different.
like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you because I worked really, really hard on it. So yeah.
It sounds a lot like it was voice acted by somebody who would be named Sydney.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day? Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today?
Yeah, I'm gonna be one image short.
When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway.
They added pink to the credits.
When I can't even read my own feelings, what good are words when a smile says it all? And if this world won't write me an ending, what will it take just for me to have it all?
Yep. Gonna have all the rest but that one.
Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is it love if I take your is it love if I set you free? The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality? If I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat, what do you call love in your reality? And in your reality,
Special thanks to Monica.
I don't know how to love you. I'll leave you be.
I believe this is the same. Okay, this is my final goodbye to the Literature Club. I finally understand Literature Club was truly a place where no happiness can be found. To the very end, it continued to expose innocent minds to a horrific reality, a reality that our world is not designed to comprehend. I can't let any of my friends undergo that same hellish epiphany. For the time it lasted, I wanted to thank you for making all of my dreams come true, for being a friend to all the club members, and most of all, thank you for being a part of the Literature Club. Okay. Um, so, yeah, I don't care how long this is going to take. Um, um, how do I run things? Got that last poem. Okay, we locked your reality probably in this. Yeah, that's the new one. Um, oh, the V-Sync's on. Oh, that's stupid. Um, I'll play with it. Well, I'll actually leave it because it's a visual novel. Who cares? Um, I don't know how that affects it if your monitor's 280 hertz though. Um, but yes. Why is this is so much of a show? Like this is a fake command line. Why is that? I have to wait through? Why it's like waiting through a fake loading screen. Downloading 2%. Yeah, whatever. Agree to this? Okay. Now, no, it does not wipe these out. So good. And no, it does not wipe these out. So I'm wondering, I don't care how long it takes, but I'm wondering if it'll actually retain the art assets for the previous run. The original freeware version did not. So I'm going to assume it does not. So I'm going to have to do this somewhat thoroughly, but I'm going to try to skip as much as, go really hard on the skipping. I don't care how long this takes, I'm going to get this done in this recording. So, same name. Yep, it's going to let me skip though, so that's good. Okay, try to do this. Raindrops. Nope, not right. Family. Good. Adventure. Good. Treasure. Good. Rain cloud. Good. Whirlwind. Nope, it's not right. Okay. Daydream. I'm trying to do Sayori here. Marriage. Lazy. Sunset. Ocean. Good. Question. No, that's Yuri. Dream. No, it's still Yuri. Hurt. Good. Summer. Ah. Natsuki. Fry. There we go. Friends. Awesome. Good. Memories. Got pretty good on that. I goofed that up. Entirely. That was a big... Oops. Don't make that mistake. So many mistakes. Okay, you save the game here. Okay. Now I have to do this all over again. Good. Oops. Sadness. Pain. Cry. Fear. Lazy. That might be Natsuki. Ah. The ocean. Memories. Flower. Party. Wonderful. Ribbon. Oh. Friends. Sunset. Clouds. Oh, okay. Treasure. Amazing. There we go. Okay. Did it. Okay. Okay, I'll save here just in case. I'm probably not going to use it though. Okay, more Sayori words. This might be Yuri. Let's try it. Oh, it's right. Okay. Oh, okay. A lot of Natsuki words in here accidentally. Getting there. It doesn't matter, but I'll hit this one. Okay. Oops, wrong right off the bat. Oops. Too big a word. There we go. Oops. This is a hard one. Good. I'm gonna just save this. Cool. Okay. Should have picked Papa. A lot of Sayori words in here. Okay, go through these. I got some Sayori in there, but this should work. Yep, it worked. These transitions being slow is really annoying me right now. Then I'll save again. One more person to go through. Okay. Oops. Odd. It's a dialogue, you'd think that would be a Yuri word. Missed one word. Rapid eye movement there. Oops. Clicked wrong. Well, clicked wrong again. Good. Okay. Cool, and I'll probably just work off this one. So let's do Yuri here. Document this. Skip appeared. It's a lot of binders. I have a lot of binders, but not that many. It's like all stuffed in there. That seems like talking around something. So it's cobalt in it, okay. Opposite analogous action to Natsuki. He's also a vampire. final art asset. When you go on Natsuki's route, how does she finish it all? The game ends before that, so we never know. It's a skippable, but I don't want to skip quite. Oh, yeah, I can skip. I'm going to skip to the choice. Do what gets the art asset. This is skippable, but I'm doing it like manually, just in case. Okay. If I hit skip here, I'm afraid it's going to skip all the way to the end, which is bad. Okay. Then we're going to save this just to make sure it gets saved. In the load menu, I'm going to grab... Yeah, just grab the previous one here. Yes. And then blast through the rest of this. Skip these lines. You say. And then we'll just skip through the second pass. Kind of weird skipping through this. Sure. Things I like about Papa. I like when Papa comes home early. I like when Papa cooks me dinner. I like when Papa gives me allowance. I like when Papa spends time with me. I like when Papa asks me about my friends. I like when Papa asks me about anything. I like when Papa gives me lunch money. I like when Papa comes home from sundown, before sundown. I like when Papa cooks. I like when Papa gives me privacy. I like when Papa doesn't tell me how to dress. I like when Papa doesn't comment on my friends. I like when Papa doesn't comment on my hobbies. I like when Papa comes home without waking me up. I like when Papa keeps food in the house. I like when Papa uses his inside voice. I like when Papa leaves my stuff alone. I like when Papa accidentally drops coins in the couch. I like when Papa is too tired to notice me. I like when Papa is too tired for anything. I like when Papa is too tired for anything. Yay. Just pick this whatever. Like, doesn't matter. Oh, like, I accidentally switched the order so I can't skip. I guess I'm doing Yuri first this time. Doesn't matter what you do on the second pass though for the art assets. You get to see both anyway. Yuri comes back. And then just kind of whatever this. It's like just Monica. Hey there. can't skip this. Okay, same poem. A little bit different. Okay. This can be skipped, though. Okay, a dream. I wander an abandoned warehouse at night. I was lost, looking for an exit. I just wanted to go home. I came upon a huge empty room, its ceiling and walls beyond the deep blackness. My steps were quick in order to hurry to the other side, or to a wall, anything. Suddenly the ground was no longer beneath my feet. I stepped into a hole of intermediate width. I fell a good 5 seconds before crashing into warm water. Figuring out which way was up, I surfaced myself. The air was humid, and the sound of my splashing reverberated endlessly. My vision was completely swallowed by the dark. With one hand, I could feel the damp metal wall of the container. My lungs were already getting tired. That is a common thing to dream about. It's like weird architecture and structures that are confusing and falling. Okay, now I can skip. A little extra something that turned out good there for some reason. Not even Monica. Oh, okay. Mentioning the happy ending again. Okay. I can't convince myself to go to therapy when I'm the happiest I've ever been. I'd rather keep this up until I can blow my cover and someone takes me to the emergency room. Well, okay, this is going. I can skip this too. Well, just for variety. I have to wait this out again. Hopefully that pause wasn't too long there. Because that line does happen. Okay, good. But I don't remember seeing the "Have a nice weekend" line, though. I can't skip this, apparently. Trying to wonder if you're not recording this, she gives you some extra information. Like there's a code or something. I'll have to check that later. Okay. It's like the Arthur theme song. No, because I knew that this would like unlock extra dialogue. Well, no, because this is the plus. Actually, just press the skip button a bunch of times, honestly.
Can you hear me? Hi, it's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff, and not really any good at it yet, like at all. But I wrote you a song, and I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you because I worked really hard on it. So, yeah. Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows
There's no way to skip this, by the way.
puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day? Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today? When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. When I can't even read my own feelings, what good are words when a smile says it all? And if this world won't write me an ending, what will it take just for me to have it all? Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is it love if I take you, or is it love if I set you free? The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality if I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat? What do you call love in your reality? And in your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be.
Is a special player who receives this special ending. For years, I've been enamored by the ability of visual novels and games in general to tell stories in ways not possible using traditional media. Doki Doki Literature Club is my love letter to that. Games are an interactive art. Some let you explore new worlds, some challenge your mind in brand new ways, some make you feel like a hero or a friend, even when life is hard on you. Some games are just plain fun, and that's okay too. Everyone likes different kinds of games. People who enjoy dating sims may have a heightened empathy for fictional characters, so they might be experiencing feelings that life is not kind enough to offer them. Wow, okay. If they are enjoying themselves, then that's all that matters. I will judge you harder, though. I will judge you harder than Dan does. That goes for shooting games, casual games, sandbox games, anything. Preferences are preferences, and our differences are the reason we have a thriving video game industry. My own favorite games have always been ones that challenge the status quo. Even if not a masterpiece, any game that attempts something wildly different may earn a special place in my heart, which this game does not do. Anything that further pushes the limitless bounds of interactive media. I extend my gratitude to all those who have taken the time to achieve full completion. I hope you enjoyed playing it as much as I enjoyed making it. Thank you for being a part of the Literature Club. Okay. So that took way longer than it should have, but I finally finished doing it. It's about 7 hours long. I'm going to have to try to edit the audio for this and then upload a file that's tremendously large for my capacity to upload files. So this may take a couple weeks to upload. But finished all of the clicking through at least. I didn't read. Usually when you do Let's Plays of visual novels, you read aloud the lines and you try to do some sort of like voicing of it. I didn't bother with this because I just didn't feel like it. It's like 7 hours of reading lines. It's tremendous. So, and because my reactions to this would be rather lousy considering that I've seen all of this before, except for the special ending, actually. I haven't actually seen that. But anyway, I managed to get through all of the content, I believe, in the original game. It seemed to be slightly different than the original game in places. Like, I don't remember seeing the line, have a nice weekend, although it might have been in there, I just didn't see it, because there was the line of, oh, I didn't realize the script was that broken, which I didn't see it. I, like, skipped over it in my brain accidentally the first time, but then saw it the second time. But there might have been some slight differences between this and the original Freeware in the main game itself. So, especially at the end, like the Just Monica part, the Monica only run, that seemed like there was some differences. I will try to, before this is done uploading, like put in the description what happens if you don't record when you go to Just Monica, because she might give you some extra information. Like, you know that time where it's like, you're recording me, aren't you? She might actually put extra information there if you're not recording. So I'll figure out if that's done. I just have like an inkling that might be happening there. I'll say like what kind of does she say your computer name or your stream name? Because you know, like she says you in the game, whoever you are. Well, if you're not recording, she has a tendency to actually give a name. Now, there might be some recording programs that you can do this so it doesn't actually like tell it's something siphoning the data out of the graphics card. I don't actually know how Steam can figure out you're recording it and so on, but it can. There might be a way around, like how would you get around that and so on. I don't really know. That's somebody who's more expertise in this. Maybe in the comments they can say how to get around if they got to the 7 hour mark, how exactly get around the whole recording thing. But I'll do it by just not recording and then see what it gives me. But the reason, so the paid stuff, you have these extra stories, which I'll try to do in a much slower pace and in smaller chunks than that. So, like, only 1 hour at a time. And for which there are 6, I don't know how long they are. If each of them is as long as the main game, then this game got multiplied by 7 in content. Whoops. So it didn't say anything changed here, but it wouldn't. Okay, so this is something I'll do at the very end, is actually look through some of like these numbered, some of these numbered folders and try to figure out like if anything appeared in them. We have, oh, here we go. I've on leave the rest of the week. Contact Ravi if you need to reschedule server time. But I expect my jobs to run for a few days since I've collected so much data this week. How about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when I return? Now this is called Have a Nice Weekend. That's interesting. From the senior engineer Ive Laster for Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. Untitled mail group do not use from Ive Laster. December 9th, 2019. Cool. So we don't have all of them. Some of them might be. So I have up to here, and then like these two at the end. These might be from like the the plus content, the DLC, the DDLC DLC, as someone call it, We have three poems missing. So that's interesting. They tend to be earlier in this list. Yeah, we have Sayori second. Then we have missing poems here, which I guess maybe Sayori writes more poems in the extra content. This right here is Natsuki special poem, then Yuri's poem. So I guess there's like a Natsuki poem as well. Um, I don't know if there's a way to unlock Sayori's third poem. We have all of the Yuri poems. Um, we also have the special ending poem. Um, the regular ending poem. What is this? A poem from Yuri distributed at special events in the past. Poem from Monica distributed at special events in the past. Okay, so these are like a Sayori and Natsuki, which because I haven't got all these Sayori and Natsuki poems, I don't have them. Okay, uh, that's interesting. And how you get extra Sayori and Natsuki poems. I mean, Sayori doesn't show you her poem the third run. I don't know how you change it so that she does. Maybe if you get like a perfect Natsuki score. No, not Natsuki. Not what do I say? Not Natsuki. Sayori. Sayori never shows her poem the third run, the third day. Uh, so it might be that if you get like a perfect Sayori score, that might unlock or something like that, or a perfect Natsuki score that might unlock. But um, we have Natsuki's third poem, and then Natsuki's special poem, and we don't have like, and then this poem here, Natsuki writes you a letter asking for help as a poem. I don't know if that's supposed to appear here or didn't because of a glitch or something. So we have all of the art assets, I believe, for the main game. There's probably some more here in like, extra games. Um, it's probably like in the plus there's more, but I'm noticing that there's more art assets in the main than in the plus. So, and then we have the secret poems. There appears to be a lot actually. I don't know what you do to unlock these exactly, but these are the ones that happened to get unlocked when I did it. And it looks like we got all the backgrounds. There seems to be, except three that are probably in the plus content. Um, got this from delete Monica's character file before she begins her monologues. Okay. Just happened to do stuff that unlocks these things. I got this from delete Monica for the second time. But there's a bunch of other stuff you can get for doing other weird things. Okay. Well, I probably won't unlock it all in recording because that's going to be difficult. So I guess that's it. Next one will be hopefully will be the bonus content, the side stories that is. It will actually be like only an hour at a time, and I'll actually try to read the text. Um, this was just like severe documentation, basically. If you watched all that, what's wrong with you? Why? Just watch Matt Pat instead.